Hello there. How's it going? Welcome in DSG. Yeah, as the title says, today we're gonna play some more Kerbal Space Program, and we're gonna try to land some rockets from orbit with minimal explosions. Yeah, we will see how well that goes. It is not something I've never done before, but like a long time ago, and not very successful. You know, the classic 1-2 combination. So, alright. Yeah. Still a little bit sick though. Did you know that you could get sick while already being sick with basically the same thing? Yeah, I figured that out recently. I've been sick for like the entirety of April. Like I'm almost healthy again. But like it kinda sucked. Like last week on like Sunday or something, I got sick the second time. Like I was almost healthy again from the first thing. And then the second thing hit. On like last week Sunday. It's so annoying. Yeah, since DreamHack. Yeah, I've literally been sick since DreamHack. English viruses are just that strong. Possibly. Possibly that's what it is. But I think what happened is, like, what I initially thought what happened was that, you know, I came home sick and then, like, infected my mom because she also got sick. What I think now is, I came home sick, my mom got sick from somewhere else, and then infected me. Like, it went the other way around. So I got the double trouble of getting to enjoy two sicknesses at once. But yeah, I'm mostly well now. Just like a little sniffly. But other than that, we're good. Yeah. Yeah, let me open up Kerbal Space Program. So basically the plan is, at first, I want to like do it once manually, and then I want to figure out again how like KOS works. The thing where you can program like rockets and stuff. Where you basically just pre-program everything and then the rocket does things automatically. I would love to have like the rocket figure everything out by itself. That's really hard though. That also requires quite some maths, and I mostly want to vibe with it, so like not do any of them. So yeah, we're just gonna see how in detail we want to get there. It might also just be a thing that we will do for like multiple streams in a row or something. I don't know. Can you go a lot into the maths on Kerbal? One can. I personally, I don't think I probably like I'd have to look some stuff up, but like yeah, only tried it a few times. Yeah, I don't think I've done much in terms of calculations in Kerbal ever. I'm mostly just like vibing and like using the nav ball and like all of the preset navigation thingies, and like you know do something on the maneuver nodes and just pull it around and see if it works. Let the game handle the maths part, and I handle the fun part. I might just reuse the last save that we had, where we last stranded chap on Duna. Should be the save. There we go. There we see chap on Duna, along with our refueling station thingy around Minimus, and the rocket that brought Jeb there, and an Artemis 2 lander that is somewhere in orbit. I don't know. I don't know what even the point of that thing was. I think that was the thing where we did an Apollo-style mission. And just called it Artemis for rage bait purposes. But yeah, so as this thing will probably explode a lot, we'll do like a thingy, remote controlled thing, instead of putting any kerbals on there. So let's start out by building a hopper kind of thing. Which engine do we want to use though? First of all, we want liquid engines. And we want something with a kick to it, because eventually it should get into orbit. Okay, those are... I'm kind of thinking a bunch of these. So eventually the idea would be to have like a multi-stage rocket. Okay, wait, let me actually paint what I want to do. So, okay, step 1. We have a small hopper. So, we need some landing legs. Or we just land back on the engines. Doesn't particularly matter. So, step 1 is the hopper. Step 2 is a suborbital hopper kind of thing. So, same thing but bigger. So basically this one flies a little bit like this. This one kind of flies like this. And the third one is a big thing. You know, a multi-stage thing. So like we have upper stage, then some coupling mechanism. Let's draw it like this. And then big lower stage. And this one, I want to go to orbit. But also land. So the idea of this one is... here we've got Kerbal. We go to orbit. Wait, let me draw it in different colors. So, wait, what's the right direction? Should be like this, no? So, that's step 1. And like where this thing ends up at. And then step 2 in green is burn a little bit in that direction. And ideally land back at the on the launch pad, but that would require a lot of maths and is quite hard to just eyeball. So we won't be doing that. Maybe if we make that like a big thing that we like eventually figure out how to do that, but no. Yeah, so that's the 3-step plan. Step 1, a small hopper. Just get a little bit of air, land back. Step 2, go suborbital. So like get into space and then land back. And step 3, get into orbit, decouple something there, and then bring the booster back. Yeah, you're trying to do what took SpaceX decades. Exactly. And I feel like, you know, eyeballing it works for most of it, but not if you want to aim for something. Or like, I guess you can do that with some experience, but like, no, I can't. I know I've tried like 5 years ago to do that a bunch. It's hard. So yeah, step 1 is doing that manually. And then step 2.1 It's the same thing, but with code. So like KOS, then we basically follow the same thing. 2.2, 2.3. Same thing again from the beginning, but like all full automatical. So let's do an absolute overkill in terms of fuel. And also in terms of engines. Because we might be landing on those. Can I... Wait, I can... Just go and drag that up. How do I most efficiently do something like this? Probably need some structure thingy here. Something like that. Like attach... Wait, does that work? Did they get fuel? I don't know. Let's try. Pop, V1. Save that. I should also put landing legs on there in theory. We could also just land back on the engines. Okay, I just want to know if they get fuel. Oh my god, it's so loud. So they do get fuel, so we're good. So in theory that was kind of a hop because we were in the air, but that was not the point of this thing. So what are the best... Those are the biggest landing thingies in stock game. I know at some point I even installed like a SpaceX mod that gave you like grid fins. And like bigger landing legs and stuff. Because those are not particularly made for like this. There's also some way to like make shortcuts for the landing legs. How did that work again? This brakes here, stand retract. Where did I put that? There we go. What? Not sure what I'm doing there. I'll figure it out. Oh god, no, 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 no. I didn't mean to. Can I undo? Oh, fuck. Yeah. In which actual group are they? I don't know, we'll figure it out eventually. So. Damn it. I wanted to do this. So. Do we just call it the hopper and move on? Let's maybe add some antennas on there. Like some of these. That seems way overkill. But we good. What's that? Ah. Interesting. Alright, so where do we go? Let's aim for like at least a kilometer. Hello, Greg. Welcome in. let's say we go up like a kilometer and then we try to land safely back. Also, I didn't put any RCS on here, which is probably not... I should probably put RCS on here. For better control. I don't think we need it right now. But... you know, would be good preparation and stuff. Aren't there... like, these work with normal fuel, right? Yeah, liquid fuel, oxygen. Let's just slap a bunch of those on here. That's overkill. I feel like 4 of them. Maybe 4 at the top, 4 at the bottom. Definitely overkill. And just because we can, air brakes. I always forget which way air brakes are supposed to go. So, full-on systems test here. There we go. Alright. Wouldn't an air brake in reverse speed you up? You're onto something. Don't think so. Toggle gear action group. So that's... the gear action group does fuck all for the landing legs. Port action group also does nothing. Wait, did I deactivate those? I'm not sure how the groups go. If I reset that, I guess that means that that is in the gear action group. Activate action sets. Ah! Default, set 1. Ah, okay. Can I also pull it in here? I guess we do that. Okay. I don't know where that... oh, that's probably a keybind or something for that action group. Or is there a thing? Ah! Action sets. Ah, okay, so the sets just change stuff. Okay, that works. I should turn out the game, because that seems very loud. Okay. And there we go. So, stability assist on. And... over launch. Oh god, that's a lot of thrust. We might be a little strong on the thrust to rate ratio here. So, let's see when our apoapsis goes above a kilometer. And ideally we probably don't want to land in that direction, because that's where all the important stuff is. Let's aim for the ocean. Well, let's not... actually, let's aim for the ocean. So, apoapsis of more than a kilometer. Let me go and aim for the ocean. That was a quite late decision to aim for the ocean. But we're good. So, toggle the gears, toggle the brakes, toggle RCS. Wait, why did I put landing legs on if I land in the ocean? Doesn't matter. Whoops. We still have some horizontal velocity. That's not ideal. Cancel that out. Is that how it works? Nope, I'm drifting the other direction. In which direction am I drifting? I feel like I should turn the engines down. Dream isn't about logic but explosions. That's, yeah, kinda accurate. Okay. We have way too much thrust rate. Also, we are still drifting. Wait, I need to cancel out like this. I might land on land, actually. Could have also used some lights on here. Thrust to weight ratio on this thing is way off. Oh god, okay, wait. Let's go into the ocean, fuck it. Bail. Bailing. Oh god. Ah, I didn't mean to tap out. Whoops. Oh no. Where are you aiming? Okay. We're going into that ocean. Never mind. Plan B. I hit the Windows key. Whoops. But now we are securely in the ocean. Oh god. We're drifting again. And we're out of fuel. Now that was a solid first attempt. Okay, what have we learned from that? Learned from that the thrust to weight ratio might be a little high. Go back to the Space Center. Thank you, thank you. We have learned a lot of things from that. It was so close. Yeah, I feel like I could have done it, but I didn't want to land at an angle because I was like right on the beach. So, what have we learned? That's a lot of thrust to rate. Let's do this and also turn all of these down to like 50, probably in 30%. Do I need to do that? Okay, no, I don't need to do that for them all individually. So, but we have learned how to use action groups, so that was a big progress. We also learned that we should probably aim for the ocean at launch and not like at the apoapsis. And yeah, lots of learning going on here, and I think it's time to launch the second one. So, attempt number 2. Aiming for the ocean. So, one of the issues I found was also like with cancelling out the momentum, like horizontal direction. Like I think that should work using this button. Oh wait, I don't have RCS on, so it doesn't work. Yeah, that should be the button. Also, brakes, gears. Alright, we're going up. So let's not do that. Let's also not go down this quickly. I thought we were further away from the ocean. Wait, something survived. Something down there survived. There's some object there. Okay, maybe let's also do it during the day. That feels a little easier, because then it's easier to see where the surface is. But we are learning. See, something survived over there. Not all of the rocket exploded. What is it? The engine survived! I mean, they're rapidly descending into the ocean. But we cannot recover them because they're not stationary. Well. That's there for like coral reefs or something. They are happy about debris of rockets, I heard. Where is it day? So, daytime testing. I don't think we have learned anything in terms of building a spacecraft. On this attempt. I think it was mostly just skill issues in terms of landing. Maybe I should have, like, turned down the thrust even more. So. Let's launch. I wanna aim for the ocean. So. Still don't know how to, like, figure out, like, angular momentum. Not angular momentum. Horizontal acceleration. The rocket. Like, I do see that we have some. By the fact that that retrograde isn't straight on the thing. Are those things just so weak that it doesn't cancel out anything? Am I think I'm still drifting a little. Also, I'm not perfectly going up. I would like to have like a... the option to, like, say, aim straight up in this case. Hey, we've landed! First landing, there we go. So, we don't need those extended anymore. Perfect. Water landing done. Let's go. Let's try it again, but this time on land. Exactly. Like the way you're thinking. I think on land might actually be easier with the thing I built. Because we have the landing leg, so... And also the way I built it is kind of symmetrical, so it shouldn't tip over. That said, I will still go and like introduce some horizontal momentum. First of all, so that we don't like destroy a launch pad, in theory. And second of all, to like figure out how to take care of that. Let's not completely kill the engines this time. Let's do more of a hover thing. More of a hover thing, I said. More of a hover thing. Need to cancel out some of that speed. Okay, looking good so far. We're still quite far off the ground though. Trying to cancel out that momentum a little bit. Buttery smooth. Like 3 meters a second? What's that? 10 kilometers an hour? Easy. Easy. As I was saying, I figured it out all out now. Now, I feel like I could probably reuse that same hopper for the orbital one, or like suborbital one. But I won't. What I will do instead is I'll just add another fuel tank. Oh. I see. I thought I had that fuel tank. I thought I used the biggest one. I understand now. I understand why the engines didn't fit then. Okay. Grab this. Was it this one? It was this one. Okay. So the second one is slightly bigger. I feel like I need 3 rows of these then. And also I feel like these won't do much. These are here for emotional support, basically. I think mostly we're just landing on the engine. Also, I should probably add a battery. Let's slap the biggest one on there just because we can. Engines as far as apart. Let's not like do weird clipping things. Let's do this. There we go. And reject. Well, actually we can start extended. Because then we don't just stand randomly on the engines. And that's our hopper we free. which now has a lot more fuel and is also way heavier. So, and also is very bouncy because it's starting on the legs. We might need a few more engines. I did not consider the thrust to rate ratio of this thing. Alright. I thought those have like insane thrust. Wait, how much does that have? That has 40k, 4k? Like 4 of those are equal to 1 of this. Roughly. But like 1 of these can definitely do that, no? Wait. 1 of these definitely can... Huh? Oh, wait, I limited them. Yes, thank you. You figured that out before me. The limit is still at 30. So, let's take that off. Can I make like an action group that says, like, limit the thing? Limit the engines. Custom. Engines? Ah. Independent throttle, chest and shroud, toggle gimbal, lock gimbal, free gimbal. It doesn't let me... It doesn't let me set a limit. That said, I just had an idea. What if we do 5 engines again? But we only let 1 of them gimbal. So 4 of them are just there for thrust. And the 5th one is for control. So we lock the gimbal of all of these. And then do this. It doesn't work. Wait. Can I just... Thank you. Gimbal 3. Because I think that's also what SpaceX kinda does. They have some of them that are fixed and some of them that can gimbal. And that might be a good idea here, because I've noticed that like every steering input of mine is like doing a lot. So it might be a good idea to only use one of them for control. So, attempt number 2 of the suborbital launch. And we're off the pad. Takeoff mass is much higher than landing mass. Yeah. It would be cool if it allowed me to, like, say, on, like, the braking action group to, like, reduce the power of the engines. Oh no, don't flip. Don't flip. Maybe I should put some fins on here. Don't flip. Don't you? Okay, but like we are already suborbital. So in theory it's okay if we flip now. Let's pretend that it was intended. Start points. Rocket the most fuel by weight, which is kind of wild. Yes. It is so wild. Like, especially this one is almost literally all fuel. It's just engines, fuel, and a little bit of electronics and hardware like that. Like, this one doesn't have any payload. So if you've been wondering, that's not a good position for a rocket to point at. Usually you want to have the flamey end down. That's it. We are officially suborbital now. So let's wait until we are past the peak. And then tell the rocket to go retrograde. I could also do like a re-entry burn or something. So that we could do a little burn to like balance out the horizontal velocity. I think we want to do that. So that we are just dropping straight down. Which metric would I need to look at for that though? Probably one of these. Like if retrograde is straight up, then that means we're doing that. Problem is I can't see that. It's like one of these probably. Eccentricity. That's one. Then we're perfect. That said, I think that's like one of those things where like it won't ever actually be one. Because that would lead maths to be doing weird things. But we are getting quite close to one. Can it be one? Okay, it might be able to be one. Okay, that's close enough. Do this. Flip the rocket. Turn it so everything is going the right direction. So. Whoops. Why did it flip to that? Okay, let's try to aim to like cancel out most of the speed by 10k or something. Let's do another of these at 5k. Those are quite early burns. In theory, the most efficient burn is like right at the end. In practice, that is scary. Very, very scary. Nope, wrong. This? Server's coming close. Nope. Up. That was too much on the throttle a bit. Okay. Slowly dropping. Okay. 10 meters per second. Which direction do I need to do the RCS to cancel it out? Am I climbing? No, I'm falling. I'm still unsure of like left-right RCS. Nope, that's too much. I am drifting, that's not ideal, but... Takes me just a second. Good enough. We tip over, that's okay. Don't explode. Okay. Another happy landing. That counts. Turn off all the electronics. We still have some fuel left. Even though that was very wasteful. So... Is B for brakes? Yeah. And recover. Was that 3 landings in a row? If we don't count the rocket that couldn't take off? I think it was. Okay, doing the same thing on land is kinda optional, but let's try anyways. Like, the same thing on land just means that we have to, like, burn in the other direction again. Or that we go up straight instead of, like, doing, like, the bowing thing. Pretty much. I'm still always confused about the RCS to, like, how to cancel out the, like, horizontal movements. I feel like I've figured out the left-right axis, but, like, the up-down axis doesn't do what I want it to do. Oh, I might just be using the wrong... buttons. Wait a second. I remember I googled that last time. SP, RCS, keybinds. I did in fact Google that last time. JL left right, IK up down. Ah. No wait, that should be right. And HN forward backward. But I think that is the way I thought it was supposed to be. I don't know. Let's get some orbital again. This time set it to terrain mode. Now it wouldn't be ideal to land in the mountains, to be honest. So we might still want to go a little bit to the right. That we maybe land there. So. A couple of flips for style points. Yeah, we are landing in the mountains. I should have gone further to the right. Yeah, so that's like the problem about targeted landing. Yeah, the Earth moves. Like right now it's telling me I'm landing in the ocean. But the Earth continues to move, so that continues to move over there. It does move very fast. I might just leave it like this. Toggle the brakes. Brake. Why are the brakes in toggle mode? Also, I accidentally changed the camera. Wait, what's... Camera auto. Okay. I think that's the thing... How it was supposed to be, right? Air brakes. Why are those in, like, hold them to do things? Okay, we are landing in the mountains. It's okay. Well, not the mountains, but, like, not at the flat part there. So let's use the atmosphere to slow down. I should probably not have deployed the landing gear yet. But that's okay. So let's wait a little longer with the initial burn here. This time. Because our engines are quite strong. Okay, easy. Also, we are, you know, don't have a lot of horizontal velocity right now. Yeah, we're basically just stationary. So let's cancel out that speed here. Little. Yeah, let's stay at like 20 meters a second. All the way until we are like 100 above terrain. Or a little bit here. We're coming a little hot in here, but like not too much. Easy. That rocket did in fact not come in like a wrecking ball. Alright. Turn it off and recover. We have figured it out. So, time to build the orbital one. So, Hopper V4. Now, what do we want to do? I will use this to like build like a thingy system, communication system. Which one is the best antenna? Direct. What does direct versus relay mean? I guess relay is like connecting between like the Earth station. I thought all of them are relay. I don't understand. I don't know. Directional antenna allows to perform more reliable than previous models. Hmm? Yeah. I don't know what any of these numbers mean. High bandwidth. Relay. Okay, that's like the same bandwidth. But this one is direct, the other one is relay. I don't know how like... Fuck it, we're using this one. I don't know how that thing works in Kerbal. So, then we need some solar panels. I do like this. That. Extend that. Like this. Okay. We do this. Will it survive going out of the atmosphere? Maybe. Let's also add some reaction wheels for funsies. In theory, we want to have like a proper like second stage so we can like move that thing around here. Did I put it on here? Yeah, let's do it properly. Let's use the swivel again for this. And this thing. It's one feels overkill for a second stage. This feels wrong. There's 2000. Wait. 340 versus 320, but therefore this one is like way heavier. This feels wrong, but it's okay. So, coupling. I need to use a different engine. That's just same shit. Was Skipper the one I used for vacuum stuff last time? I think it was. Because like I don't think it looked so weird as with the thingy. That thing's too big. So presumably this one. There we go. Then we need another computer. Here. This thing. Another battery. Because this is the stuff we want to land then in the end. And this one needs normal antennas. Let's do it like this. There you go. 1 second. Alright, so I think we've got a payload. Do we add another fuel tank for the first stage, considering that we go to orbit? Probably, right? Not like that though. We just do this. Wait, where's the thing that I just clicked? Huh? It's a smaller one. Huh? Am I... Why is there like this, the small and the medium one? Where's the big one? Are you trolling me? Hello? What's that called? 1-4... Why is it that color? How did... Oh! You can swap the color. Click that. Didn't know that. Alright. Let's add some more of these. Now these feel really decorational. Let's also more of these. More of everything. I feel like the engines are still fine. Wait, how much thrust do I have? 280 tons, basically. Engines jettisoned before use. Let's not do that. Missing ladder. We don't need a ladder. Contains landing decks and the wheels, but it does not have a ladder. It doesn't have any crew either. What can I calculate here? Some Delta V stuff. Okay, cool. Did I rename it already, or is that actually number 5? I think it is actually number 5 now. So, let's get Orbital. And the fun thing is, if we make it to orbit, and like fuck up the landing and everything, we still have a satellite in orbit then. So we are building a satellite network. I feel like the thrust to weight ratio could be a little bit bigger. But that might just be the feeling because before we always had like a completely overkill thrust to weight ratio. So that might just be in comparison that it feels weird. Also, welcome in, Cyrus. How are you doing? Oh, don't tip over. The rocket yearns for the floor. Okay, a little bit more of a gravity turn, please. Especially considering that I need that fuel to make it to orbit. And to also deorbit, burn, and then land. How's the orbit looking? Coming along. That's not a lot of fuel left. And we are still far from orbit. I don't think this is working. I feel like maybe I need to use the second stage to get to orbit. Because the first stage is almost out of fuel and it still needs to land. And deorbit itself. Okay. The problem is you can only... Oh. I think that was important. Yeah, so multiple... What the fuck am I looking at? Where am I? Huh? Oh. Ah, okay. We had a visual bug where I was just flying nothing. We are on an escape trajectory. And the thing we decoupled from exploded. And we are not in an orbit. Can I swap over to the thing we decoupled from, or did I destroy that beyond anything? I think I destroyed it beyond anything, didn't I? Like when I hit the throttle on the second stage, the control thing of the first stage just exploded. Okay. Yeah, there's only this thing. Good, I had to work home because the trains were a disaster. Oh no. Did they forget what the weather looks like again? Also, what the... How did I manage to do this? I feel like if I put it here, then it will just crash into the moon at some point. Also, I don't have any control over this thing. I forgot to deploy this. I forgot to deploy the solar panel. So about that idea that, like, at least if I fail the landing, we'll have a satellite network anyways. Not on the first attempt. Because this thing is gonna do that. Is it at least gonna crash on the first orbit, or is it... Well, 20k, it might just skip off of the atmosphere. Nah, it's burning up on re-entry, I think. Yep. No part of this rocket didn't explode on accident due to skill issues. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll BRB and try it again. Up. Up. Okay. BRB. Oh, whoops. All right. Yeah, that was a solid first attempt. And yeah, let's try it again. But better. So, let me load in the thing. Papa V5. There we go. Do we just add another fuel tank? I feel like that just means it tips over. when we try to land. And then explodes. Like, if you land this thing in the ocean, it's gonna tip over. On land, it might be okay. I don't know. Let's just send it. The problem is also that in KSP you can only command one craft at a time. Like, I couldn't... Like, the problem when I decoupled the upper stage, because I was like, okay, fuck it, I used the upper stage to, like, make it an orbit. I would have to, like, in the time the other one fell, like, finish that one, get that one to orbit, and also then, like, switch to the other one so I can, like, land that one. That's, like, the problem about landing stuff in KSP. I know that there are mods that allow you to kinda do that. Like, you can get the thing... How did it work? I think you can, like, swap to the other thing and then land that, recover it, and then you kind of jump back to where you separated. It's weird. Basically, it's best if I get this thing into orbit with the first stage. But that means that I need to do quite good gravity turn, which is not great because I don't really know how to do a gravity turn. Kinda just eyeballing it. Oh, don't flip over. Might be a little too aggressive here. Yeah, perhaps this is only at 30 something K. K. $60. Okay, so the apoapsis is in space. Periapsis, we need to get to space as well. We are so low on fuel for the landing. Get that thing to space. What's... Oh. That's not how I thought it went. I thought that perhaps this is still, like, on the other side. Alright, this might be salvageable. I have an idea. First of all, solar panels. So we don't forget that again. Toggle off the SAS. So we want to go, and here at the apoapsis, we want to split it apart. And the satellite part continues on. And the other part goes back to Kervin. So, split. Don't get rid of the solar panels on accident. Don't take out the other rocket. And that's Orbit. Let's circularize that a little tiny bit. That's okay. So, we got a satellite now. Time to swap over to the other thing. Switch to. So, because this thing needs to re-enter. I think this is low enough that we don't need a re-enter, like a burn in retrograde here. Maybe for re-entry, so we don't explode. I'm not entirely sure though. Also, this doesn't have any solar panels, so we gotta keep an eye on the charge. Oh. Let's get it to look in the right direction. Around. Mm-hmm. Right. Cancel out that movement. And continue. So, re-entering the atmosphere now. Do I need to burn here? The problem is we are very low on fuel. Like, I feel like if you know what you're doing, you can salvage this. But I definitely don't. And I'm landing in the dark, I'm pretty sure. And the engine is overheating a little bit. Is it overheating more or less if I do the air brakes? It's getting really toasty though. I think I just took out some of the air brakes. Some things exploded. And I think it was the air brakes. We need a little bit of a re-entry burn here. Otherwise everything will explode. I mean, the engines are like at the limit. Okay, the camera just decided we are no longer in orbit. Okay, I think that's enough. That's not a lot of Delta V though. Alright, time to deploy the engines that haven't exploded. 5 of them. Not engines, the air brakes. Let's wait to deploy the 3 air brakes that haven't exploded yet later. Where are you supposed to be landing? Yeah, definitely in the dark. I feel like any more burning just means we don't have enough fuel. I mean, we are definitely cutting it close in terms of fuel anyways. That one engine is so close to exploding. So we're down to one engine. We have lost all of our engines. Maybe I should have gone sideways into the atmosphere in the first place to like get rid of some of the speed. I was like, this is very efficient. Yeah, why the landing gear? No. So, deploy the rest of the air brakes. RCS, let's go. So this is gonna explode. We don't have any engines. We do still have a little bit of fuel left. And it's not that much speed anymore. Oh, is something surviving? Nope. So, the good thing is, we now have a satellite in orbit. Not that that helps anything. But we do have a satellite. The payload made it. Just the coming back part didn't work. Good attempt? I disagree. I think the craft is fine. I just need to pay attention to what kind of orbit I'm making. Do I even want to have like the lower stage to be completely in orbit at some point? Or do I just say it goes far enough into orbit that the rest of this rocket can make it to orbit? Also, hi Luke. How's it going? We are definitely not blowing up tons of expensive equipment here. Are you doing any better than Cal did on his last stream? Well, I hope so. Having an entire booster in orbit is so unnecessary. Yeah. But I kinda wanted to do that for, like, bragging rights or something. So, you know, kinda to show, yeah, this thing can survive all of re-entry. But as we just saw, it can't. Well, okay, to be fair, that was a weirdest orbit that it was in. So it makes sense that it didn't make that re-entry, because like the apoapsis was like huge. Yeah, it's really annoying that KSP only allows you to control one craft at a time. And like not, you know, have any option to do that stock. I mean, there is one mod that I once had that allowed you to like rewind back to the split and so and like basically do. Wait, why did I cut the thing here? Basically, like allow you to like land the booster and then go back to the other one, but like at the time when you split from the booster. There is a mod for that. And it is annoying that, you know, it doesn't come standard. So, wait, do I just, like, circularize the orbit here? I do want the booster to be fully... Oh, what? To be fully in space. Just for reasons. Okay, we're taking a little bit of a tumble here. Not just in space, I mean like in orbit. I wanted to like properly go to re-entry. Problem is right now it's facing the wrong direction. It's a little unfortunate. I've seen loads of missions being done in KSV though. Yeah, it's super fun. Realized that I have it too. It was free in Epic at some point. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Yeah, I highly recommend checking it out. It does have a very steep learning curve at the beginning. And also once you're properly into it. But for a while in between that, you're kind of chilling. So, let's make this an orbit. Oops, too much steering input. Save a bit of fuel here. So, and that is... Orbit! There we go. Whole as rocket, including boosters and everything in orbit. Let's go. So, deploy solar panels on the satellite. On the... Where's the other one? It's dark. And not in focus. There it is. The only games on my Epic launcher that I actually bought are a few Ubisoft games, so it must have been free. Yeah, fair. I don't think I've ever bought any game on Epic, but I've got like 100 or more. I bought Assassin's Creed Origins, which I'm currently playing. Nice. Far Cry 5 and Far Cry Primal. Nice, nice. Okay, so. Next step. Decouple. Satellite is in orbit. In theory, it has an engine and plenty of fuel on here to do stuff. But what we want to do is go here, onto the booster, flip the booster around. Ideally, in the process, not explode the satellite. Where do we want to land? Like somewhere on the bright side. Ideally on land and not in the mountains. It would be really cool if we made it to the space center, but like that's going tonight. Unless we do an orbit before, but then, you know, battery. So we want a rather flat re-entry, ideally. Considering that we are trying to re-enter with an entire IS booster. Don't need the Epic launcher for the Ubisoft games. They're all in Ubisoft Connect, just like all my other AC and Far Cry games. Ah, I didn't know that worked like that. I thought it was like, it was back when you had like Ubisoft games on Steam, where you had to like launch the game on Steam, which just opened the Ubisoft launcher where you then had to launch the game. I think it was like that in the early days of Rainbow Six. Something like that. Alright, so Are we far enough away from the satellite that we don't ram into it? Yes, we are. Cool. Now, we will re-enter with a lot less speed than previously, but I will still aim for the periapsis to be there and like the atmosphere to slow us down there. So let me fast forward until we hit the atmosphere. There we go. So SAS, retrograde, and surface. You do need to connect your Epic account with Ubisoft account though. Okay, but that's not as bad as it used to be, I feel like. Or like as bad as it could be. So, which speed do the air brakes survive, though, is the question. Because whatever the speed was before, that was too much. I feel like we want to deploy the air brakes after, like, max Q. Like, after the maximum dynamic, the maximum aerodynamic slowdown thingy. Or, like, heating thing. I don't know what happens when I ever disconnect them, but all the games I got via Epic show their individual key in the Epic Launcher. Ah, I guess they would stay. Could be. Yeah, that'll be interesting if you ever have to do that. Also, on terms of interesting, we are now far enough in the atmosphere for heating to occur. Camera has just decided we are not in orbit anymore. Periapsis is at like 24 kilometers now. I think the camera decides that we are not in orbit anymore when the periapsis is below 25k. Because I think that was the same number before. Where it changed. Now about Ubisoft games on Steam, because I don't like having to use two launchers. Yeah, same. I'm not sure if they made that better by now, but presumably no. So we are still not slowing down, really. We're just like staying at the same speed. The periapsis goes down rapidly, and I think we will splash down into the ocean around here. Just off the coast. Which means we will probably explode. Just after splashdown. Because it'll just splash down, everything is intact, and then it fall over and off the top explodes. It's also why I bought GTA 5 directly from Rockstar. Only have their launcher for it. Ah. I don't remember that being a thing. That you could do that. I think I bought it on Steam. So, stuff is heating up again. But I think within limits. We are just barely starting to slow down now. I should probably do a little bit of a burn here. But it's getting toasty and we're not slowing down by much. Or do I go sideways to like shave off more speed because rocket sideways, lots of aerodynamic thingy. Do I trust that this re-entry is way better than the previous one? Because the previous one was like quite elliptical. We trust. We trust in my guesswork. Probably not a good idea, but we do trust. Okay, I think we made it past the worst part. We're now slowing down. Looks better when it's closest to the limit. Yeah, definitely. And I think we are almost through the worst part. We are pretty much at the worst part right now, I think. Here we, at this stage, we have a lot of speed and also starting to get a lot of atmosphere. But the engines look kind of toasty. Nope, we are doing a little bit of burn. Okay, I think now we're safe. Keeping an eye on that though. I think below 20 kilometers we are like chilling. Oh wait, do we land on land? Oh, we make it all the way to... Oh no, we are landing in the mountains. It would be cool if we land there, but I think we going into the mountains. Stop to land. Okay, we are at 20k. One engine is getting really toasty. Oh, it's a different one. I thought we would be in the safe zone by now. Also, those mountains are high. Air brakes. I'm not a fan of those mountains. We are so landing in the mountains. For fuck's sake. Okay. But we made it this far. Oh god. Where do we land? Oh no. Okay, we are already in the landing burn procedure. Landing gears. Oh, they are still here. Cool. Didn't expect them to survive this long. I would kind of prefer to land over there. Yeah, we are so tipping over. Yeah. That's fucking unlucky. Don't tip over, don't tip over, don't tip over. We got this. We got this. Here it's a little bit flatter. We got this. So we don't need the fuel. Where did that landing leg go? Is that still in the air? Oh god, it is. So I heard that the mining computer survived. Some of the air brakes survived. Just the fuel tanks kind of blew up. Although, that's one landing leg over there. And we are also across the world from the space center. But hey, parts of the rocket survived. But okay, the fucking mountain was unlucky. But GTA 4, 5, Max Payne, and NNR. Only on Rockstar. Never played any of them. Of them other than GTA 5. Only bought Eleanor recently. Huh. I didn't know like Rockstar had like an active store thing. I know that they have the launcher for GTA, which is annoying. But yeah. I feel like that still doesn't count as a successful landing. GTA 4 and Max Payne 3 didn't run smooth enough on the old system. Okay, how about... Yeah, the mountain really came out of nowhere. It turned into me. Alright, I think we just run it back. Yeah, instead of sending the entire booster into orbit, I think we just do it the normal way and just send the upper stage far enough into space that it can make an orbit out of it. And just let the booster do normal booster things. And not have to deal with the entire as re-entry. Yeah. But like, the booster could have made it if there wasn't the fucking mountain there. Like, not even that it was a mountain, which means that we have like 2 kilometers less to slow down. But also, we landed right at like a slope thingy. And like, oh, the second attempt to land on it, where I like bailed on the first attempt and then like tried to flip around, that almost worked as well. But I feel like the engine configuration is good like this. To have like the one engine that can gimbal and the others are just there to provide power. That seemed to work pretty well on that landing attempt. Up, don't tip over. I could also try the like SpaceX belly flop thingy, but I'm pretty sure that won't work well. In case you don't know what I mean, it's like when you, instead of come down like this with the rocket, like this, you come down like this and in the last second you do this. Which means that, you know, more aerodynamics for the rocket to slow down. Like, because, you know, the long side goes into the wind. But it also means that you need to turn entire as rockets in the last second. So I'm gonna give it a little bit more. I think that's good. And I've once again launched into the night. I mean, the previous one, I would have even landed in the daytime on the mountain. Hmm. To be fair, it was pretty similar to how the shuttle orbiter descended too. Yeah, okay, to be fair, yeah. But the shuttle is a shuttle and not a rocket. Like, that thing is... Okay. I see your point. Because, like, in the end, the shuttle also is more of a... like, rocket that just falls straight down compared to a plane. Like, compared to a plane, it is a rock. Compared to a rock, it is a plane. Compared to a rocket, it is a plane. Kind of thing. So, I'm gonna decouple this thing. And solar panels. And then carefully turn this thing into an orbit. This is was described as flying brick. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Wait, am I? Am I in space already? Yeah, I am. Let's do this. Burn like this here. I mean, we have plenty of fuel on board for this. Let's make it a little bit more of a circle. And that's orbit. And time to swap over back to our booster. And wait for that to re-enter the atmosphere on the dark side. It's a terrible glide slope. Yeah, I don't know what, like, I don't know the details behind it, but I just know that it was, like, infamously terrible to actually fly it. But, like, it did its job. Mostly. So, I'm pretty much at the same speed as before. We'll try a little bit of a belly flop here. Let's turn off the stability assist. Let's fly a little bit, shall we? Yeah, I don't think that helps. Yeah, let's do a bit of a re-entry burn here. We do have relatively much fuel left over. Let's do a little bit much of a re-entry burn. Let's do as much as a re-entry burn as... Never mind, I should have done more of a re-entry burn. How the fuck was this re-entry so much worse than the previous one? Well, the command module is still here. There's a flag over there. When did I land there? I think that was... Wait, that was after the moon thing, I think. And there's a lot of debris over there. And... Now this is what I call a flying brick. Why was this one so much worse? I mean, okay, the previous one had a very low apoapsis. Okay, I guess I still need a re-entry burn, even if you don't do the full, like, even if you don't go fully to orbit with the thing. But hey, the satellite system is going, getting along nicely. I still think it's not like a flaw in the rocket system, just like a flaw in like how I'm doing things. Also, a flaw in when I'm launching, because I'm launching so that I land in the darkness, which is not good. I should like fast forward. Yeah, let's revert to VAB. Let's actually go back to the Space Center. And fast forward through the night. And the feel like this is ideal. Why was there ocean everywhere? Huh? Now launching into the ocean. Good idea. Launching from the ocean. Difficult. So. Let's go. Did I just see like the other planets? Orbits? Or was I just thinking that because I saw Minimus? I'm confused. I feel like I'm turning quite a bit here. We do want to turn quite a lot. Nope, not that much. Nope. We can figure it out. We can. There we go. We got it. Everything is under control. This was part of the planned path. Why is the rocket going like this? Why is it flipping over again? Why is it doing this? Why? Why? Why are you like that? Can I land the entire thing, including the satellite? Fuck it, let's try. The satellite is going into the ocean. I mean, it's so gonna fall over, considering how fucking tall it is. Oh! I forgot to retract the landing gear. Maybe that caused some instability. Hmm? Any... Another happy landing. And tipping over and explosion. We recovered most of the booster though. Space Center. we are rapidly burning through the entire budget of that country that has trusted us to do that. Let's recover that. So, next attempt. I'm not sure if the landing gear was the reason for that flipping. I think it was just also that I, was doing too much of a turn too quickly. But I will retract the landing gear anyways. What the fuck is this? Oh, the station around Minimus. I feel like my thrust to weight ratio is also still like a little on the lower side at launch. Don't tip over. Don't want you to tip over. Turn a little more. Alright. So perhaps this is almost in space. Probably aim up a little bit. Probably want to get that to like 80, 90, something like that. So that the other thing can then get a proper orbit in there. Welcome Mim Simba in YouTube chat. So. Can we those solar panels? So let's make that an orbit. Oh, and there we go. What's the game? The game is Kerbal Space Program. It's a game where you can like build rockets out of like the parts and control them somewhat realistically and have to like take care of orbital mechanics and all of the physics. Oh god. Okay, that part almost exploded me just because it was glitching here. All right. Yeah, and you kind of have to figure out the physics here a little bit. And currently we are trying to do the SpaceX thing of sending things into space and also landing it back on engines, and that's really hard. Yeah. But like it's got a bit of a learning curve, but like it's got a lot of good tutorials because it has quite a big player base. And actually because of Artemis 2, like a lot of new players came in, and so like it's at its like all-time peak player base now, which is insane to think about, considering that it came out in like 2015 or something. So yeah, that's cool. But yeah, there's lots of useful tools in the game, and also so many YouTube tutorials. And like, you know, it seems taunting, but like it is okay-ish to pick up. Like, it sounds harder than it is, actually. You can get something off the ground relatively quickly. 2016? I think actually 2015. Something like that. Like, it is a decade old at this point, which is wild. Like, it aged quite well, I would say. I mean, it's got the same, like, indie game kind of feel as, like, any game from that era. Okay, so, let's do a re-entry burn this time. Even though this time I did have quite a shallow re-entry. But I do still have a lot of fuel left, so might as well do it the safe way. Might as well. So, we seem to be landing in the ocean again. And hopefully not explode when tipping over this time. So, deploy the air brakes. And start burning. Deploy the gears, even those do fuck all in the ocean. So, cancel out momentum. Kinda upside down right now. Okay. I mean, so far, really solid landing. I feel like. Reduce throttle a little bit. Oh no! No! That was... Oh, it was so good until it wasn't. It was so good until it wasn't. That was like a meter per second too fast on the landing. No! Damn it. Event of April 2015, according to Steam, so 11 years in a week. Damn. Yeah. Damn it! Alright. Immediately next attempt. Because like that was like a flawless attempt. Then I just like a tiny little bit too little input. Tiny little bit too little on the throttle there. Like I thought it would be... I thought it would survive that. But like the overall flight profile on this one felt like flawless. Like with the re-entry burn and the air brakes at the right moment, and like everything felt quite good. Except when I was like going 2 meters per second maximum too fast for the tank to handle. Like the engine survived, the tank, this bottom tank didn't survive, and then because of that everything else collapsed. But we got this. So, Nope, don't fall over. Yeah, that feels good. Perhaps this in the 20Ks. Let's turn it more to the side. Also, the fuel on the booster stage is definitely overkill. Or like just getting this into the into urban orbit. But like, you know, that's kind of the point. Like over to have like some margin left, even if I don't do it ideally, because I won't do it ideally, so we need some margin. So perhaps this is somewhat out of the atmosphere now. All right. Time to cut it. Get this thing into orbit. Come on, give me the solar panel. There we go. Get away from it. Wait those 2 minutes. So, that will be good enough. So, get this periapsis up. And orbit. Let's go. So many satellites around it by now. Like there's one right here. There's one here. There's one here. There's one over there. There's one here. Oh wait, that's that one. Yeah. We have tried it a bit, haven't we? So, is that the thing? But now it's getting kind of cluttered, so I'm not... Okay, that is in fact the thing that I want to land. Let's wait to hit the atmosphere. Where do we land? Ocean. Classic. So, wait for it to properly point the right direction and heat up a little bit. Okay. Let's wait a bit and then do a bit of a re-entry burn again. We are slower than last time though. Or like slower than the last time I remember, because then we were going like 2100 meters per second and not just 1900. Also, I think that was in relation to surface. Something exploded. Oh, I hope that was the docking. I don't know what exploded. It was nothing on my rocket. I heard it in the background that something exploded. Or air brakes. I think now we can do air brakes. Okay, those are doing good work. Bit of a slam dunk here. Not quite. Okay. This is the one. Okay, now flying on site. Because I can't trust the number up there fully. Because that's where the top is. And not the engines at the bottom. Oh god. Engine stability assist. Almost went wrong. But went perfect. Don't explode, don't explode, don't explode. That counts! That counts because it can't go better than that. You know, we brought most of it back. It's not my fault that it tips over. That's just because we don't have a barge board. And because I can't aim. Counts. Alright. So, next idea. Yeah, let's do it automatically. So, okay. Let's look for a KOS tutorial. KSP, KOS, there. P. Is that? Nope. KOS guide. Ah, wait, there's a quick start tutorial that I was looking for. There you go. So, basically, there is this Kerbal Space Program mod that allows you to program the rocket. And now we are gonna try to do that. And basically do the same thing that we just did, but pre-programmed. Sorta. That will not be easy, just saying. So, I have used this before, but it has been multiple years. So, basically, what we need to do first, we'll go back to the to the basic hopper that we had at the beginning. Let me see, where is that? Hopper. Which one was the one that actually managed to hop? Was that the hopper that managed to do the hop? I think it was. No, wait, that's the suborbital one, because that's already the big tanks. So I think V2 was the one that we used for the initial one. So, what do we want to do? We replace this with... What's the KOS ones? Scriptable control system. There we go. I think that's the best one. Oh, like, wait, do we... I think we put that on top here. Or do we replace this? I don't remember. How did it go? I think we... Oh, what? I think we do this. And then that. I think that's the way it worked. Alright, let me go and grab that quick start tutorial and put it on the second screen so that I can look stuff up. So, we've got our KOS Hopper V2. And what that allows us to do is no remote controlled or manned command module. It won't be controllable. I'm not sure if we need that or if we can just program the computer. Like, I'm not sure if we need both of them or if we need only one of them. KOS. Power on. Click to open the terminal. Alright. So how did this work? Make a vessel. Few hundred units of battery power. A means of recharging the batteries, such as solar panels. Some controllable system. Put the vessel on the launch pad. Invoke the terminal. So if I go here and say clear screen, signal lost. Waiting to reacquire. Okay, so I think we need the other thing as well. We do have electric charge. We have antennas on here. Okay, so that does fuck all, so we go back to the vehicle assembly building and the flight computer. I wasn't sure if we need both. And I think that means we need both. That was the one that I used. So, can I do this now? Actually type the periods as shown. Oh, so like you have to end each statement with a period. How weird is that? You can type in uppercase or lowercase. Okay, so not case sensitive. So if I do green period. Ah, now it works. Cool. Now edit. Wait. Now we can make a file that we can edit. And standard that is saved only on the rocket itself. So when it blows up, it's gone. I think. So we wanna do that somehow differently. I like the idea that the program is stored on this vessel. Can I save it somewhere better, more permanent? Yes. There's another volume that exists in the archive, which is referred to as volume 0. Either can be used in commands, archives, connection stored. Okay, wait. Let me test that out. Edit 0. List files. Okay, nothing in here. I guess this song. Edit. Hopper 1 km. New file. How do I close the new file? Wait. Save and exit in the pop-up window. Oh, here. Wait, what? Do I need to code here? Is that how it works? Save, exit, run, hopper 1 km. Activate as hopper. Okay, so that's how it works. Now, let's send this bitch to space. Doing something real. Make a vessel. Make the start of the script. So let's just use the example thing. We could also just like code that in VSC or something as far as I'm aware. So let's do the thing. I might just do the example. From local count down is 10 until count down 0 step set count down to count down -1. Okay. And then do print plus count down. Wait. 1. Okay, let's format this better because I hate this. Oh god, I can't do tabs. Please tell me you're not white space sensitive. I don't like... How do I format this properly? From that until that. Do that. I don't like this. Ew. Anyways, save, exit. So if I now run it, it will do a countdown. Activate the topper, it does a countdown and does nothing. Cool. Now we are going to touch the throttle and do weird shit. So, edit. Lock throttle to 1.0. So full throttle. We can do that before. Also, I have made a typo. So we've set the throttle to 1. And then after the countdown, we stage, I suppose. Stage. I mean, it says it differently in the tutorial, but... What does the tutorial want me to do? Until ship max thrust is bigger than 0. Wait half a second. Oh, okay, so just try to stage. Wait until ship. Oh. Why am I writing everything in caps when it doesn't matter? Why am I doing that? I just don't need to. Wait until we're at 1000 and then lock throttle to 0. I'm not sure if it then lets me do things again when the script ends, but I think it might. Where is the window? Where did that go? Oh, did it run out of battery? And therefore closed fit. No. I don't know what happened. But we need a bigger battery anyways, so. Take the biggest battery. This. I have to rewrite something there because I didn't save. So, on KOS, terminal, switch to 0, list files, edit, copper 1 km. There it is. Okay. Yeah, it's reset. I don't know why that window just disappeared. Annoying. Okay. Lock throttle to 1.0. Stage. And then wait until ship altitude bigger than a kilometer. And then we say lock throttle to 0. Save. And then let's run this. Oh, something went wrong. Unexpected token found. While, whoop. Typo. Wait until E. Altitude. There we go. Run. Okay. Throttle is full. And take off. And once we are at a kilometer, there should be the handoff towards me. Okay, nice. It doesn't lock the thing and doesn't give me the option to do anything. That's good. So, I will now take care of landing this thing. Where will we land here? And then we will automate this, kinda. Who needs some air brakes? That counts as a successful landing. Any landing you can walk away from. Now, nobody can walk away from because nobody's there in the first place. But other than that, landing. At 69 meters. Right next to the water tower. Easy. So. Recover. Also, I didn't read that before. For the second stage, fuel being overkill, you can use it to arrange the satellites into more of a constellation while not stressing about landing a booster. Yeah! Good idea. So I need to reload the autosaved one because I forgot to save. Okay, there's the battery already on, so we're good. Now. Which commands do we even have, like in general? Pilot input. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Flight control, for loop. Part information would be good. Okay, let's look through the thing a bit. Cooked gives a goal direction to seek and let KOS find a way to maneuver towards it. Wait, what? The what? The fuck does that do? Oh, okay. That's cool. So what that means is basically you say, oh, roll to this angle, and it figures out how it does it, how to do it. Kind of like the game does it. Okay. Raw, control the craft like a manual pilot, but do from a keyboard or joystick. So I guess that's like, instead of saying go there, it says that axis, change that axis by this. For starboard, pitch. Okay, so it does the individual thingies. So that one is for the individual angles, not for all three at once. This one takes all three at once, and then it just locks it wherever. Mm-hmm. Pilot. This is a stock way of controlling craft, the state of which can be read in CurveScript. SAS overrides KOS. Okay. Will tend to fight and override KOS attempts to steer. In order for KOS to be able to turn ship, you need to set SAS off. To take care in the scripts to manage the use of SAS appropriately. It's common for people writing KOS scripts to explicitly start use of SAS off commands, just in case you forgot to turn it off before running. Okay. Is pilot. Does that allow me to like retrograde and stuff? No. Retro? Nope. Box control? Retro? Nope. Do I need to calculate that? Mm-hmm. Ship systems. Oh, there we are. Retro. Ah, set SAS mode to something. Mm-hmm. Conflict with using cook control. So don't try to control the rocket. Don't try to steer the rocket while SAS is on. Okay. Mm-hmm. Set SAS mode to retrograde. Okay. I can do that. Nav mode. Mm-hmm. Lock action groups. Pseudo action groups. Okay. We can kind of do the same stuff. AOS. Target. Okay. I would love to have like information about the ship, like current speed and stuff like that. What's prediction of flight path doing? Hmm? Hmm? velocity at. It runs a prediction of what the orbital velocity will be at the universal time. Exactly as planned. Ah, that's cool. Didn't know you could do that. But that doesn't seem like what I want now. Okay, data. Cool. Hard information. Hard list. Okay. Parallel. Communication. Structure add-on. How do I get speed and like position and stuff like that? Velocity. Let's just search here. Predictions of flight path. Velocity at later time. Can I do that just like at the current time? Predictions. I don't want predictions. I want right now. Geocoordinates, velocity. That sounds good. Directions, geographic coordinates. There we go. Lat long. Okay. Distance, terrain height, bearing, position. Ship's raw 3D position on the surface of the body relative to the current ship's center of mass. Ooh. Altitude, position, velocity. The linear velocity on the spot surface to the rotation of the body causing that spot to move through space. For example, on Kerbin, at sea level location, it would be something eastward and slightly more at higher terrain, spot above sea level. Note that it is returned as orbital velocity, meaning it's a vector. It isn't a vector, but a pair of vectors. One called orbit and one called surface. Note that the surface. Okay, we get the surface isn't zero. You might intuit because surface gives you the velocity relative to the surface, but the same where ship is might not be the same as that. Okay. What? Altitude altitude other than surface terrain height. You specify sea level. Okay. This will be confusing, but we'll figure it out. And it will be useful, I guess. So, let's go into the following. Let's just test these commands while stationary. Like geo coordinates. Wait, how did the thing work? Print. Does that work? Nope. Can I list files? Edit up 1 kilometer. Something along those lines is what I need. Print. Test plus Something like this. Nope. Ah, ship. Nope. Not sure if that works. We will see in a second. Okay. Can I? Okay, I can abort it. But that worked. Turbine, geoposition, latitude, longitude. Cool. So if I say geo coordinates instead. Something like this. Nope. Doesn't like that. Ah, wait. Can I... Let me go and read through this. Wait. The geo-coordinates object, also a lot long, represents the latitude and longitude per location on the surface body. Cool. If I say ship.dat, then it gives me this. Why? Set something to ship geoposition. It's also possible to obtain the geo-coordinates from some suffixes of some other structures. Geo-coordinates velocity. Okay, that sounds good. Fuck, never mind. uh... That sounds stupid, but... Ah, okay, that is actually X, Y, Z position. So if I put velocity here... No, wait, that's weird positions. I don't know which positions those are. Orbital velocity. 0 in one direction. Oh, wait, that's orbit, and surface is basically 0 in all directions. That's good. So, following idea. Burn until we are at 1,000, then we lock. And then we wait until our velocity goes down. Which would be something like this. That smaller 0. Something like this is kind of the idea, I guess. So, that's kind of like how it would go in Python. How comparisons work here is one thing I need to figure out. Which the correct index is, and if that's how indexing works here, is the next question. Wait, I can just go and say this. Does that work? No. Can't iterate of object type KOS suffixed or orbital. Okay. So what if I use this bracket? Nope. Incorrect number of arguments. Okay. What if I double dots? Nope. Okay. How do I do lists? Wait, I need that one. Wait, what am I doing? No, wait, I need this. Let me open my second one. And that one goes into language. Language syntax, general rules. Moving with brackets. Scientific location. Exponent. That didn't ask. Grouping with brackets makes the expression evaluate first. Okay, fair. Logic. Cool. Identify as case sensitive. Cool. This is suffix. Oh! Double dot x. Double dot set. Doesn't work. Ship, velocity, orbit. Okay. Let's try that same thing. We don't want orbit, but anyways. Okay. Cool. Set. And instead of orbit, we do, I assume, surface. There we go. Perfect. Cancel that. So, wait until this thing. Molar. 0. That. And then we start the burning thing. The burning logic. Also, let's do lock steering up. So the rocket always looks up. And then now we do loops. How do loops work? Until loop. Set something until that. Do that. What is a from loop? Ah, okay. I feel like we need kind of that thing. Insert a small weight at the bottom of the loop. Good. Because that was basically my question. So, until something I don't know, let's just placeholder. Wrong bracket. Nope. Huh? Ah, there we go. Do that. So, until we want the ship altitude. basically, I wanna go and say if the ship altitude is below 150, I wanna stay at like 5 meters a second velocity ish. But before that, we do, that's it, 15. Below, let's say 200. And then I'd also like, wait, let me print ship altitude. Does that come with 0 because we are landed, or with 82 because that's where like the module is? Looks tuning up. Look. I thought it does that. Wait. Doesn't matter. That's 82 something. I would like to have that in like surface rather than ocean level. Can I go and like altitude? What altitude? Above sea level. Okay, so we can't. Above the body sea level. Ship altitude. Don't love that. Hmm. How do we deal with that? Okay, we store the altitude at start. How do we detect if landed? ASP, KOS, detect landing? I don't know, I've touched the ground. Vessel status. Landed. Okay. So... Okay. So that's like what we do at the end until vessel status equal landed. That's like the end thing. Oh wait, then we don't need that because this one does above 200 and this one handles below 200. Cool. Mm-hmm. So what do we do? Still the altitude is that. Basically we want to have a comparison between the velocity. Okay, we need if else here. Flow control. If do that. Okay. If this is below minus 25, then increase throttle. Where do we want to keep it? Above 200. Between, let's say, 30 to 20. So 30. Increase the throttle. Is there else if? There is else if. Else if. Same thing. Minus 20. Now, how do I increase and decrease throttle? Like, how do I read throttle amount? Question, I guess. Hmm? Let's go from the beginning. Lock throttle. Throttle. Much like lock throttle. Okay. Okay. But that doesn't tell me how to read out the status. Mm-hmm. Nope. How do I get the current throttle? I guess we just save it and like keep track of it manually. Variables. There you go. Okay. So we say at the beginning, declare current throttle to 0 to 0.0. Then we use this everywhere where we do anything with the throttle. Oh wait, that needs to be at the top. There we go. And we do the 1 at the beginning. And how do we then redefine it? Is declare just like do the thing? So always need to declare it. Why is it like this? I already hate it. Wait, what's that? That's the value of a variable. I don't care. That set. So where do I do that thing? Set current throttle to 0.0. We add that here. Wait until that. And then, until we are there, we always lock throttle to current throttle. And like here, depending on whether we are too fast or too slow, we increase or decrease it. And we do that by saying set current throttle to current throttle times 1.01. That would increase it by 1% each tick. And that would decrease it 0.99 by 1% each turn. Which might lead to runaway problems. Oh, we probably want a whole SPID controller in here, don't we? Yeah, not right now. So, and then we basically do that entire thing until landed as well. Except with under 2 and 8. There's no way this is gonna run first try, but okay, so what broke? Declare current throttle. Oh. Lock throttle to... Where do I lock it to declare? Lock throttle to that. That's correct. That's correct. Here. Save and continue. Now, what did we fuck up here? Vehicle status equal landed. What's the problem with that? Can't understand it. Okay, so I guess landed needs to be a string. This. Doesn't like it. How do comparisons work? I feel like that's in like if else kind of thing. Flow control. If. Maybe it's just is landed or something like that. Is. Nope. How do I compare strings? Okay, let me Google the same thing that I Googled before. ASP, KOS, detect landing. Until status equal landed works fine directly. No need for flag. Okay. Until status equal landed. Till status equal or double equals? Equal. Oh, we're going to space. Well, a kilometer up. Let's go. Let's see if this works. I would be very surprised if this worked first try, to be honest. Also, we're going way for suffix not found. Isn't that's not the first time I used it, is it? Wait until... What's it complaining about? This one. Ship geoposition velocity smaller 0. Can I not? I'm pretty sure I used that somewhere else. Not found object. Wait, let me revert to launch. So that didn't work. Also, I don't know why the steering wasn't locked to up. Switch to 0. Edit up 1 km and run up 1 km. So what's the problem here? Suffix not found. Wait, didn't I replace something? Oh shit, I replaced something in the script here. Oh yeah, lock steer. I didn't lock steering because it didn't do the lock steering up thing. Cooked. Input. Lock steering to up. Lock steering to up. So, geoposition velocity set. Velocity. Coordinate velocity. Wait, I found a thing somewhere that was like double dot x, and because of that I was like, oh wait, I can do that. Then I'm doing that with Z. Fuck, where was that? Flight control, coin reference. Let me close a couple of these. Is there anything useful in here? No, that just launches stuff. That work? No. Hmm. Okay, we could do magnitude. Ship velocity surface. The surface. Does that work? Oh, that worked. Ship velocity surface. Wait. Altitude. And then that's basically 0. Which is this one. Okay. Mm-hmm. Wait until that is smaller 0. This. And compare this. And then we have to do that 2 more times. Why is the thing that I've used the most the one that's broken? Classic. There we go. Save. And let's see what breaks now. Steering. Wait, did I? No, wait, I said steering. Why is RCS on? We're good. Right, if you set it to up, then it does it the other way around. That is a weird thing that KOS does. I remember that happening last time I used KOS. But, okay. So now, we're going up. We're doing nothing until we detect that the velocity goes the other direction. Now we are here. Now we are somewhere down here. And then we start burning. Oh wait, we should already start burning. Why are we not burning? Wait until velocity to surface. We didn't get to that. Is the velocity defined in that other direction than I was expecting? I think that's what's going on here. I think that's what went wrong this time. I think it's defined the other direction than I expected. Switch to 0. Edit. Hop 1 km. And I can just like print the same thing again. Like here. Wait. 1. And then I can say print detect that going down. Run hop 1 km. So now we'll see which sign it has. Negative. Okay. Can I fix that while it is in the air? I don't think so. Bigger 0. Bigger 30. Smaller 20. Save. Wait, okay, wait, that's scuffed. It's now on the way up again. Oh shit, I need to also save the thing, change the thing down here. Do I need to change the sign here? It's bigger than 8, then if it's smaller than 8. It's bigger than 8, we want to make it small. Oh shit. That didn't go well. Okay, the bigger and smaller thing I need to think through if I need to change that. So, which 0, edit, hop, yeah, whoops. So, if the velocity is bigger than 30, then we wanna up the throttle. If it's smaller than 20, then we wanna ease off the throttle. If the velocity is bigger than 8, then we wanna up the throttle. If it's smaller than 2, we wanna down throttle. Let's just edit that. Also, let's add another 0 here. Do it slower there. More fine adjustment. And then we say run up 1 kilometer. Should probably also trigger the gears once we're going down. That would probably make sense. So, let's see if going downwards detection works. That's the first hurdle. Can I scroll here? I can. Detected going down. That works. Why are we not burning? So that thing that I just edited. This thing. Not working. Revert to launch. Okay. Let's debug. Print that thing. Oh yeah, and at the end, log zero. Forgot about that. Print landed. So, but before we get to do that, print phase 2. Print phase 1. So basically phase 1 is at higher altitudes stay between 20 and 30 meters per second, and afterwards phase 2 is at lower altitudes try to stay between 2 and 8 kilometers meters per second, not kilometers. Have I saved? I think I have saved. I did save at least once. Okay. So far so good. I see the problem. I see no problem, actually. I'm so good at programming. Easy. I mean, can't use any less fuel than that on the landing. Perfect landing. Nothing broke. I have used minimal fuel on that. I mean... What? How did that not explode? Yeah. If anybody cares, the problem that I found is we start with the throttle being at 0, and the only way we adjust it is multiplying. So the throttle is just always 0. So I'm gonna just give it a tiny start thing. Set current throttle to 0.01, like 1%. And the fun thing is, because it didn't explode, we can just send the same shit again. Well, it's already burning during the countdown because it's supposed... Yeah, don't worry about it. Good enough. So, we're going down. So for a second it was oh, it's burning. It's not increasing the burn fast enough. Close. Better. At least we were burning some this time. Maybe set it to 10% at the start of that phase. Edit. Papa 1 km. Like, that's still not ideal to like set it to a fixed amount in the first place. I mean, the way you should probably do that is program a PID in there, a PID controller, because I think what will happen is it'll just, you know, ramp up all of the throttle to... Like, it will get too fast, then ramp up the throttle, then it will drop below the threshold, but like, the throttle will reduce too slowly. So then it will go back up, and then drop back down, and go back up, and just overshoot in all of the directions all of the time. Also, my cam is frozen. Hold up. Hold up. Why is my cam frozen? There we go. Oh god, flashbang. Go like, do this. So. We're in the air. We're too fast, so ramping up. Ramping up really slowly. Did I not save? No, I did. Okay, we're good. Now we're too slow, so going down, but not quick enough. Yeah, as I was saying. Oh, nope. Flawless. Absolutely flawless. Don't see a problem there. Yeah. Basically, what we want to do is, ideally, we would add a PAD, as I was saying. But instead of doing that, which requires using my brain, I just make it more aggressive. And here as well. And let's just run it again. If the rocket survives, we run it again. Run it till failure. All right. So now it's quite aggressive. Oh, not quite aggressive enough on shutting it off again. Yeah, it would be cool if, like, the throttle would stay somewhere between... Oh, why is the... Yeah, so now it just jumps around between full throttle and nothing. And full throttle. Okay, I have two questions. First of all, why did it not throttle there at like 40-ish? And second, why are the engines indestructible? Like, what? Just landed at like 50 meters a second. No problem. Okay, how do we fix it? We could, like, set it to, like, be an average of, like, 0.5. And just, like, introduce a bias. Maybe make it additive instead of multiplicative. So everything that I'm thinking of is going into territory of, like, just designing a controller. Like, I'm thinking, okay, like, maybe set a midpoint that it should be at, but if it's going too fast, like, then increase beyond that. Maybe put some additive amount and a multiplicative amount so that, like, the multiplicative one punishes at the edges or something. Okay. Instead of doing a PID, what do we think of, say, it's 0.5, and then, like, plus minus 0.01 as a fixed value. And then I would like to do something multiplicative when shutting it down again. Nah, let's just fuck it. Let's do absolute values instead of multiplicative ones. Plus 0.01 minus 0.01 0, 1. In phase 2, we do 0, 1. Let's add another 0 here. Fuck it. Zero. No clue if that's any better. But let's run it. Also because of the rerunning it thing. Because it's lighter now, we're actually going 4 kilometers up. Because now it's like not cutting the engine 1 kilometer, but like cutting the engine if you're above 1 kilometer after the 10-second countdown thing. So it should be ramping up, but like it isn't. Oh, it's only ramping 50 and 20. Why is it going to 50? Why does it do 50 and 20 instead of... Huh? Why? Why? It should be 30. It doesn't start burning until it's like going faster than 50. Which means that it overshoots more. Also, I think I'm running out of fuel this time. Why does it do 50? Yeah, I'm running out of fuel. Kinda my bad. Oh, something exploded this time. It was 3 out of 4 engines. Not even all of them. Okay, let's revert to launch. But like, I don't know why... Why does it do 50 instead of 30? I'm explicitly telling it 30. Maybe let's edit it. 0. Edit. Upper 1K. Upper 1km. Let's maybe set it to 10 and 20 instead of 20 and 30. Run up 1km. Not sure why that would help, but like, also not sure why it's not working in the first place. So, cut off. So, should be... Okay, now it's doing 30. When does it stop? When it's in the positives. Huh? It stops at like 0.4, at like negative... Huh? I've got an idea. Let's do it like... Let's let it do 100 and 0 instead. Copy this and say do 1.0 actually. Let's just run it again while it's in the air. I just want to debug like and figure out at which number it burns, because I don't know why it doesn't burn at 20 and 10 here. Because like this is literally the value that I'm printing to like compare it against here. It should be taking that number. That was 20, that was 10. 20, 10. Ah. So it's just not aggressive enough. But like that kind of works. Yeah, I guess it's just not aggressive enough. Alright, my bad. So it's minus. Okay, if it actually lands like this, that would be hilarious. We might be running out of fuel though. Yeah, we still have some. And like, it's not doing that all the way to 0. Like, closer down, it's... like, from 200 on-ish, it's going to phase 2. Which is worse. Yeah, it does... Oh, because the last input was to increase it. Okay. And so, like, it took forever to, like, get... Okay. I understand. Not great. Right. So while that's exploding, so what I would like it to do is kind of have like here. That's the throttle going from 0 to 1. And that's like how far off we are in the speed. So like 20, or like let's say 10, 40-ish. And so like in between, let's say 20 and 30, you want to have some bias throttle, let's say 0.5 or something. And if we're getting too slow, we're doing less. If we're getting too fast, we do this. That actually kind of looks like a third order polynomial right now. Like this. Probably not good. So maybe let's do a dual stage thingy. At 22.5, we start doing this. I've got an idea. we do this. So at 20, we already fully turn off. At 30, we already fully turn on. And between that, we just have some bias amount. And like we ramp it, but like in between those, we ramp it. Okay, so here's the logic. If we are below 20, we set it to 0. If we are between 20, wait. Let's do it like this. Below 20, we set it to 0. If we are between 20 and 22.5, we set it to basically do this. Plus 0.01. If we are between 22.5 and 27.5, we set it to 0.5. If we get between 27.5 and 30, then we subtract a little bit. And if we are above 30, then set it to 1. You get the idea. Instead of just having one thing, like basically we have extreme cases that we can now just say, okay, if we get outside of the limit of our controller, then just send it. That's it. How the fuck did the rocket land? I swear, these fucking engines are just indestructible. What the hell? I would love to edit that in VSC, because it's annoying. Wait, you can actually do that, I'm pretty sure. But I need to figure out how. EKOS bit in file location. Let's just do this. Hold on. Let me check if I can find that quickly. We can do it in VSC, which is way less annoying than the in-game editor. Space program. Chip script boot. Oh, there it is. About 1 km. Open with code. There we go. Way better. Still terrible, but way better. Wait until that. Until that. So, what did you say? If it's above 30. Okay, let's make a few more cases. If it's above 30, set it to 1. Set it to 1. If it's below 20. Okay, wait, let's do top down. Else if that is below 30, and is above 27.5, then we do this. We do, hold up. We do, we do this. So, if it is below 27.5, but above 22.5, set it to 0.5 or something. Now this one, saying 0.5 flat out is a weird, because that means it'll probably just burn way too hard. So like we'll always be like running into the top end. But that if we're below that but above 20, and do this. And if we're below 20, then just set it to 0. Now, I should probably also do the same thing below for phase 2, and I think I will just immediately do that. Phase 2 until landed. Oh god, I hate that. Okay, there we go. So, if it's above 10, send it. It's below 10 and 8. Actually, we should do less. Let's say 8. And 8 and 4. That's too much. 5. So we want to have 2 as the minimum. Six. And then 6 and 4. And 4 and 2. We'll see how well that works. Let's send it. So, switch to 0. Run hopper 1 kilometer. Now, it'll still do the weird rotation at the beginning, because the way to fix that is basically go to the vehicle assembly building and turn it by 180 degrees. Because KOS uses this up position. Or like you can just like manually set the position for up rather than using the built-in one. But why would I do that? Alright. So we're definitely biased in one direction. Because like the bias throttle of 0.5 is relatively high here. So like most of the time we will just correct too quickly and then drop down. But it's working as intended. That said, we might wanna like have, instead of having 2 phases, we wanna maybe have a 3rd phase, because we're going down 20 meters a second for like over a kilometer. So, like, that takes 50 seconds. Not particularly necessary. Okay. And we're in phase 2. Does that also work? It does. Reacts way quicker though. I mean, it's mostly just like shutting off and going to the middle position. Is mostly what's happening here. But it's working. Let me deploy the gears. Because I didn't do that automatically yet. Oh, there was a jump there. That was perfectly on beat. Also, what the fuck? Okay, note to self. Fuck the gears. Why did you land at an angle? Because the launch pad goes up there. Like the walkway to the launch pad, like this thing is at an angle. But like, I've landed here like 10 times at like 90 meters per second and the engines were perfectly fine handling that. But as soon as I once use the gears, it just fucking explodes. But what I'll do quickly is I'll adjust the speed here up. To 50, 40. I want to have 30 as the middle one, so... $30, 20... Wait, what? What am I doing? So here the middle would be 25, which is nowhere, so 40... Let's say between 35... 25 here. And... Still mostly behaves the same then. 45 and 40. But also just bump all of the values. Whoops. 45, 45, 45, 45, 30, and 30. Just to make the first phase quicker, because that seemed unnecessarily slow. Switch to 0 and run up 1 km. Need to go to sleep, so taking off early. Bye, Ron. Have a great rest of the stream. Best of luck with the automation. Thank you very much. Thank you as always for like being here, and have a very good night. And I'm confident if I just don't use the landing legs, then it'll work. So, now it should throttle less aggressively a bit, and also in general be quicker. It mostly stays like between 30 and 35 now. Where did I put the middle? I think I put the middle to 30, didn't I? I don't remember. No, didn't I put the middle to 35? I don't know. But like it's working, no? It's a little bit cursed, but it's working. And if that tiny... Are we landing on the launch? I think we're drifting over there a little bit. Are we landing back on the launch pad? Oh god, we are almost going off there. Easy! We landed back on the launch pad somewhat. Almost ate shit here because of that corner here. But hey, that worked. Perfect. Nice. What happens if I run it again? I think we just run out of fuel, but like what happens if I run it again and like I can't like override it to like not do that? I'm pretty sure we ran out of fuel on the way down here. Could activate the brakes. But hey, we have the indestructible engines on here, so maybe we'll survive anyways. I mean, by now we're not that high up anymore. We'll still waste a bunch of fuel when going into phase 2. There was the biggest fuel waste. And in general, it's quite waste fuel. Waste fuel, haha. And we're still 80 meters in the air. I mean... Also, why is the fuel sometimes ticking up? Well, what's happening here? Well, not the fuel, but like the V calculation. Somebody's cursed there. And... we ran out like 20 meters in the air. And easily landed still. Perfect. Like, absolutely perfect. Back-to-back landings. With 0 fuel left. I mean, can it get any better? Can it get any better than this? Yeah. Nice. We'll take that. Okay. But I think I will also leave it at that for today. Yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Let's see if there's anybody online doing anything interesting that I can radio into. Nerd. Yes! Obviously. Yeah, let's see. Let's just send you to some other Kerbal stream, I think. And this time, hopefully, I copy the channel name correctly. Not like last time where I just, like, copied it incorrectly and sent it to some weird offline channel. Trackmania made me angry, so let's chill in space. That sounds like a great title. Hold on. Let me have a look. Wait, look at the thing.
250.
I have no idea what they're doing. But it looks advanced. So... can I copy paste the thing? Let's try. So. Also, hi Grace. Perfect timing for the raid. There we go. Hi, bye. Yes, classic. So, anyways, thank you very much for watching this. We did get a script that somewhat can land a rocket. Yeah, but like we'll continue with that. Yeah. we will continue with that next stream probably. I'm not sure when next stream is gonna be. Did you bring the boosters this time? Yes, I did bring the boosters this time. It's right here. Well, this is a hopper, but like I did bring the boosters. Yeah, I didn't forget to. I didn't forget to fix my staging. The fucking rule number 1 of Kerbal Space Program. Yeah. But yeah, that was fun. We'll continue with this. I'm not sure when the next stream is gonna be. Probably not when. It might be a late night Wednesday stream. Not sure though. Get rid of the illness before the next stream. I will try my best. Yeah. Thank you very much for watching, as always, and have a very good night. You know the drill, press all of the follow buttons, Discord for early announcement and stuff. And yeah, as always, have out.